Right, hey folks. I don't know how well you can hear me. Shouldn't be too bad. I know my workspace is a mess today, but it is what it is. So what we're doing is something I've kind of proof of concepted, and that's this. These Atari Lynx cables are kind of notorious, and I'll show you why first. So let's actually hop over to the scope. If you take a look, do you see that on the end there? They kind of, for lack of a better word, whatever the conductive material is, it's not copper. It just sort of falls off these ribbon connectors, and I don't know why. I've no idea why, but it does. Could be age, could be material. I mean, it looks like some kind of, yeah, it's raining here too. It looks like some kind of graphite material, right? Like you'd get from a pencil. And so, in the act of unplugging, replugging these flex cables, these things just fall apart like pretty much within 2 or 3 replugs. It's crazy. So because these cables, they're really hard to get a hold of, there's one supplier in the whole world basically, and he's based out in, I think, California. Atari enthusiast guy. I've not spoken to him or emailed him, but supposedly, I don't know how, but he managed to get hold of a warehouse load worth of Atari components. But anyway, that's not really that relevant to this. Long and short of it though is, yeah, it might be conductive paint micro. It might be. I could maybe repair it with conductive paint. I don't know. It might be one way to do it. This should be more lasting though because it's copper, assuming it doesn't tear. Hopefully it doesn't, or all my work will be moot. But you can probably see what I'm going for here. So you can see I've made some copper strips of adhesive that just sort of follow the conductors. And what I'm going to do is at each sort of corner and bend, I'm just going to lap solder them together. Hello, Earl Grey. But yeah, so the idea is maybe lap solder it, and yeah, you're right, RB King. They are Best Electronics. Yeah, their website looks like it was made in like, I don't even know. It looks like it was made last century. But yeah, Best Electronics RB. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now, anyway, is I'm going to rebuild this flex cable, which, you know, it's a bit of an undertaking. So we're going to build it up with this copper tape, and hopefully it's thin enough and durable enough to be a lasting repair. It should be. So what I'm doing is I'm just peeling off a bit of tape now. And this is kind of an arduous and long-winded repair. As I say, I kind of proof of concepted it sort of thing. You know, tried it a little bit. And yeah, what we've got so far is what you see. So what I do is I just, you know, I apply the tape. Now I got a big thick bit. And then I've just got to sort of cut it back. And this is the thing that's awkward, right? Like, you can see I've not quite got that on straight, so I've got to take it off. And it's an interesting repair to do, but it's annoying. So let's give this another go. Let's give it another go. Come on. Oh, nuts! It's all curling up. You know, I am thinking, yeah, conductive paint. Maybe that's the way to go. Anyway, let's see. This is tricky. Let's see what we can do. Right, cool. That's better. Oh man, RB King, yeah, tell me about it. That website, like, oh, it hurts the eyes. It really does. It just straight up hurts the eyes. You look at that and you're like, dear God, what have I done? What have I done to my eyes? But yeah, so what I gotta do is I gotta trim this up. And that means I need some kind of guide, some kind of ruler. One that I'm not gonna slice into with the what's it bajig? The what's it? You know what I mean. The scalpel. Fortunately, I have something I can use right here. I've got these stencils. So, we use these. We should be able to cut some nice traces. So let's see if we got that aligned. That looks reasonable. Looks like it could come up a bit here. Let's move it there. Yeah, that should be good. Let's make sure that we've got enough. There, that should do it. Okay. Now let's get slicey. So, you know. I mean, I don't know if this is the best way to repair something like this. This is supposed to have conductive adhesive, right, this tape. That's specifically why I bought it, because it's not massively expensive, but I thought, oh, conductive adhesive, great. I saw somebody on one of the Atari forums used something like this to repair these flex cables, but supposedly theirs had properly conductive adhesive. This stuff just doesn't. I actually bought more than one set of, more than one roll of this for this repair, but here we go. So yeah, anyway, if anyone knows of a copper tape brand does have conductive adhesive, that would be amazing. Anyway, so yeah, that's where we're at. I know, right? Don't sneeze too, right? If I sneeze, I'll lose my circuit. There we go. So what I'll do now is I'll flip it over and you can see I'm kind of wrapping it round the edge a bit, and that's because I don't want these foil bits to just rip off on the other side when we plug it in. But yeah, I got no clue how well this repair is going to work. Ow. Cutting myself up already, apparently. But yeah, it's probably a less interesting repair, but like the general concept, you know, you want to repair a ribbon cable like this, and you know, this is a technique, that's for sure. Boring, I think. I don't know. Depends what you guys enjoy, I suppose. Right, I got one more on this side, so we'll get a bit more tape. Snipping them out there. Yeah, it's very sort of fiddly and what's the word? Meticulous work you've got to do this. I think I prefer soldering. I mean, I guess I could run enameled wire around it and like just solder to like points with copper foil on, but yeah. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, I'm sure you can. Really, though, it's not the width that bothers me. Like, I don't mind cutting it. The thing that bothers me is that, like, the adhesive on this isn't really conductive. It was advertised as conductive. But like hell is this conductive. Alright, how are we looking? Okay, that's alright. And, yep. Okay. Grumble, 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 grumble. I don't know. I actually enjoy like trace repair. Like, I don't think it's all that bad. I mean, each to their own, I suppose. Depends on the trace. Just depends on the trace. Right. Oh, it sounds like it's blowing a storm outside. Okay, I think we're already aligned pretty well there. So yeah, slicey, slicey. Yeah, I'm with you, Micro. Yeah, no worries, Nihan. I don't mind people, like, you know, if people want to make videos out of my tutorial stuff, that's fine. I don't mind. It's all open source stuff anyways. It's kind of in the spirit of the community, right? Ah, come on. Ah. Oh my god, yeah, okay, that's pretty stressful. Spock, isn't that basically like an eBay ripoff? It's something like that, right? Haven't used it. I've heard of it, because it used to have adverts on the TV all the time. I don't watch TV anymore, mind you, so... Alrighty. Let's go along this trace as well. That's not too bad either, actually. That's turned out okay. Yeah, I've never repaired a PS4. They don't look too bad, but then again, I guess it depends on the repair you got to do, right? Like, I think I could do an HDMI port repair, like on Phil the Coder's videos. Like, what he shows himself doing doesn't look too bad, like as repairs go. But you know, obviously, sometimes things look easier than they are. So I don't know. Live long and prosper. Yeah, okay. Okay. Spock indeed. Just pop up the V sign for Vulcan, you know. Yep. Alright, so we're getting there actually. Right, okay. There we go. Yeah, the plan is to lap solder these. Now, I've got a feeling that the flex cable itself isn't going to be heat resistant, so I might need to put down Captain tape at certain points where I do my lap soldering. Can I repair your heart? Probably not. No, no. I've got a scalpel, but this scalpel I've got right here. Problem with it is that, like, you know, It's not sterilized. So if I took it to your heart, you might get an infection. Just so you know. But this is why I'm not a doctor. This is why I stick with computers and electronics. Right, if I do that way, and then follow that along. You know, would you guys prefer a camera view of this? Or would you prefer the microscope view? Because I can switch to the camera view and zoom in, if you prefer. Because I realise it's kind of boring just seeing these, like, you know, these little bits. Probably not. Yeah. I don't know. It's the middle of the week. It's the middle of the week. I could, but I'd have to set it up. Let's just try the camera, shall we? Yeah, let's give the camera a go. So, whoop. And then let's see what we can do for this. We'll do a bit of zoom. We'll kill that. Move some of this crap out of the way. So, that's the area I'm going to be working on now with these thicker traces. Hey Andy, welcome. So yeah, you can probably see what I'm up to for those who have just joined the stream. I'm basically sort of making a bit of a DIY flex circuit repair to this Lynx. Definitely, yeah, I know, Nyhan. I just don't want to mess around with OBS while I'm live streaming. It is OBS I'm using, but yeah. The problem is I need to mess around with the audio setup, the microphones and everything else. And my scenes tend to have exclusivity control over the cameras and so on, which means I also have to start doing things like deactivating cameras and what have you. That's why I'm not messing around with it right now. But yeah, if you're happy with the view, people, that's good. That's good. So, let's do a thing. Let's see me struggle as I try to get a piece of tape on. I think we want it there. I mean, for neatness and to kind of preserve a little bit of the original look, you can see, like, I'm kind of, you know, following the original tracks and so on. I guess it's not that necessary, right? But, you know. I'm just going to look at this under the scope super quick. Okay, let's cut it about... Let's look at it from the other side, actually. Get rid of the cam. Get rid of the scope. Ah, okay, I'm just a bit crooked on the tape. Alright. It's just like any sticky tape, so awkward. Okay. Fun times. Alright, let's take two. Okay, that's a bit better. Methinks. Yep. And a flip. God, this is genuinely irritating. So we've got about that much. I am going back to the scope now. Yeah, apparently RB King, they're not on the best website. Apparently he does stock them, but they're not on the website. So I don't know. I literally don't know. But when in doubt, DIY. You can do it when you B&Q it. Or this. Whatever this is. Right. So I reckon that is about right. Now the problem here is I'm sort of guessing the width of things. Oh crikey, I gotta move. Hang on, let's move the camera. There we go. I think that's about right. I think. Let's go for it. Let's do this. Oh dear. About there. Okay. Multiple cuts. I mean, yeah, maybe. I'm just kind of being careful because I've never done this before, you know, like, yeah. I mean, as long as it works, I'm not too fussed. Okay. Get that onto the scope. Let's have a look. Let's see. So I reckon a slice here. Yeah. And a slice here, just to make things a bit neater. And there we go. Right, let's get this crap off. Boom! There we go. Now my thinking is just to come in and lapse all of these joints. It doesn't matter that that's not as thick. It's close enough, isn't it? Right, let's fire up the solar iron. Let's put it on a low temp though. Okay. Need to weigh this down with something. Why does my soldering iron smell like burning? What did I leave on it? Hey, Uber Micro Repairs. Love the name, by the way. Uber Micro. Uber. And then we got Micro Mage Repairs. So if you combine it, you've got Micro Uber Mage Repairs Micro. There you go. There's a new company. Yeah, that melted a bit. I think what I'm going to have to do is get a tiny bit of Captain tape down, like whenever I'm doing these joints, because do you see the little hole there? It's not going to harm anything, but like, yeah. I think I'm going to have to put a layer of Captain tape down. I'm not sure how much it'll even help, to be honest. Guess it will stop that happening though. Let's test for continuity while I'm at it. And we have it. Right. Cool. Used enameled wire. You know what? I've been thinking about it. I have been thinking about it, Uber. I really have. I've been thinking about just using some copper and then running enameled. The problem is, I've really not got many places I could run something like that. There's actually nothing on this to solder to at all. You know, like zip, de nada. You know, ideally, I'd rather just buy another flex cable, but it's just not that straightforward with these. No, but I think this will work. $220C, I can try that. We'll give it a go. We'll give that a go, Jason. We'll see. In fact, let's test that on an inconspicuous area, shall we? On a bit that it doesn't matter if anything happens to it. So let's get a tiny bit of copper. A little bit of copper tape. You see the spot over here that's sticking out? That doesn't really matter to us, so we can afford to lose that. Let's find out what happens. I think, I'm not sure if it was you I replied to, Dad will fix it, but I left an email address as a comment. I need to update my video descriptions with that at some point. The problem is, I don't really want to be doing too many more customer repairs for a little while because I have a massive backlog of stuff. Those Game Gears I've got are on my backlog, but I just haven't had the chance yet to deal with any of them. To be fair, I've had them a while. You know, it's just one of those things, but I will get to it. Yeah, all of those are currently faulty and need repair. Right, let's experiment. Let's see what happens. So we got a little bit of solar on it, and then if we boom, let's take a look at the plastic. Are we looking? Oh, look at that, Jason. You're right. That seems to do the trick. Very nice. We'll go with that. See, Jason, he's the master. It has some very cool equipment. You guys should watch Jason if you don't already. Okay, right. What are we looking at now? Okay. Okay. I'm going to stay under the scope view for a little bit for this. It's just easier to position chisel. By the way, seriously, people, you should watch Jason. He does good stuff. And Phil Decoder too. Sorry I'm a little quiet this evening, people. It's just, you know, I had a nightmare last night. Not an actual literal nightmare, but like, I had a problem with my PC. Basically, to sum this up, I vape. I don't smoke, I vape. Long story short, the vapor got into my PC over time, and what happens is the vegetable glycerin in the e-cigarette liquid is hygroscopic, meaning that it attracts moisture. And what happened was, I took my computer apart, as I often do, like every sort of 6 months or so, just to give it a bit of maintenance, because, you know, obviously like any other machine, you know, you have to maintain them, right? So in the case of a PC, it's just dusting them and, you know, that kind of gumph, right? Like nothing complicated. So anyway, I take the computer down from its normal living location, on like behind my monitors on my desk. I put it on the floor, and I go about cleaning out all the dust from all the fans and so on. I like to keep my computer performing as well as I can. And anyway, I go ahead and do that, and that takes me about 3 hours to get everything properly cleaned and in a state that I'm happy with. And so I reassemble it all, apply new thermal paste and stuff like that, plug it all back in, computer won't start. Computer won't start at all, and I'm like, oh god, what's going on here? And I noticed my boot drive, which is an NVMe drive, for those that know what those are, wasn't being recognised by the BIOS, which is highly unusual. And I'll get back to the vape thing. So what happened was, the vape oil and so on had gotten behind a heatsink that my NVMe drive sits behind. And condensation had then formed around those vegetable glycerin globs, because bear in mind, vegetable glycerin on its own, non-conductive, won't actually harm electronics, but it's not the VG. Yeah, it probably will do, Andy, to be fair. I mean, we don't really know the effects of vaping, right? But anyway, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making here, which is interesting, is it had shorted out a bunch of components on the NVMe drive. So I had to take the NVMe drive out, and I had to dunk the damn thing in in my ultrasonic cleaner, which is just as well I've got, because obviously I know that with moisture damage you do that. Now, bear in mind, the system worked before I took it apart, but I think what happened was, moving the PC jostled some of that moisture that had built up underneath this heatsink, and just sort of moved it, like knocked it somewhere it shouldn't be, and so it wouldn't boot anymore, completely dead. So I'll go through probably 3 hours on and off of like putting it in the ultrasonic, cleaning it, finding I'm not happy with it, putting it in the ultrasonic, cleaning it, rinse and repeat. Anyway, the good news is it worked. I got it back up and running. You know, none of the components were dead or anything, which was the good news. So yeah, I got it up and running. But yeah, the long and the short of that story really is, I didn't actually have a computer for most of yesterday, and then when I did reassemble it all, it was hot. I was hitting, what, 90 degrees Celsius on the CPU, which is like unbelievably hot for a desktop PC. It shouldn't get that hot, particularly for a system that isn't overclocked. So I took it apart again, and this time I delidded the processor, which means removing the integrated heat spreader that sits on top of it. I put liquid metal down, reassembled it, and that took me hours. And basically, I didn't have a great day yesterday. But on the plus side, I have a very clean computer now. I know, Jason, I know. I've told it before. I have told it before. I've said, look, you're not old enough to vape yet. Because it's, you know, computer isn't. It's just not old enough. But, like, you know what kids are like these days? They don't listen. They just do what they want. You know, you can tell them off or whatever, and then they just, you know, blow up. It's true for computers. It's true for people. let's get this into view. Right, there we go. But indeed, let this be a lesson. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Vaping and computers, they don't mix. If you do vape, don't do it round a computer. My problem though is where I live, it has damp problems, right? I have a dehumidifier running 24 hours a day, and it's probably pulling about anywhere from 2 to 3 litres of water out of the air, and the windows get steamed up. I need to move. Well, we don't talk about that, Andy. You know, not on a live stream anyway. Or maybe we do talk about that on a live stream, but not this kind of live stream. Right. Let's see if we can not destroy the plastics when I do this solder joint. Yeah, it starts with vaping. I think that got it. Oh, we're looking. Yeah, that's alright, isn't it? Ah, these crappy tweezers. There we go. But yeah, you know, you turn your back on your computer for a second, and soon it'll be on the whiskey and the rye. You know, I'm starting to think for these kind of flex circuits, maybe I should get a conductive ink printer cartridge and just print the damn thing onto a sheet of plastic. I wonder if that'd work. I don't know, I never tried it. That would be pretty cool though, wouldn't it, as a repair? Like, just manufacture a new... Ah, that's not a bad idea, is it? I wonder if you can get conductive toner for a laser jet. Or conductive ink in an inkjet even. An inkjet might be more problematic because of the nozzle, but I wonder. I don't suppose anyone on here's ever done anything like that. I'd be curious to know. That could be a very cool little project. Right, let's try something. Let's try with the multimeter. Let's see if one of the tracks I have yet to connect up. Get it out into view. Vinyl cutter to do the shapes. Yeah. You know, I should get one of those. Those things are great. God, this would be absolutely easier if it actually was conductive adhesive tape. I mean, if this was conductive adhesive tape, I'd just put a strip across these connectors here, right? I'd put a strip across those, cut them to shape, be done, and that's what I originally tried to do. But yeah, I mean, well, let me show you. So, let's snip off a bit of this copper tape. Let's get to the camera view. Oh, really, I do have a 3D printer as well. Technic nerd. Yeah, I do have a 3D printer, so I could potentially try something like that. Oh, come on. I hate separating this. Oh, for the love of God. Oh, and apparently I'm bleeding. That happened. This is why I don't like working with a scalpel. Come on. Why must you make me struggle so? That might do it. Yeah, okay, so we got some tape. Now, if I just put this tape, and I just fold it over. Bloody hell, I'm always bleeding. There we go. So if I just put that there, this is sticky side up, by the way. Watch. Meter's going into continuity mode, which it is. You know, improve this. Right, continuity mode. If I do this now, this is on the adhesive side. We get shit. That's some real good conductive adhesive, huh? Look how good that is. Great. Brilliant. Yeah, amazing. Oh, I actually got a beep there. But yeah, it's crap. I think I've actually worn through the adhesive. That's just so bad. It's not reliable enough, you know. But anywho's, carbon ink. Carbon ink. Ooh, I'll check that out. I will check that out. Oh, anyway. The adventures continue with this crazy ass ribbon cable repair thing. I mean, this isn't too bad, right? Like, yeah. Alright, let's well, it might be dejected. It might have been. The problem is there's some very, very tight clearances on this cable. This cable... Sorry, I've got the microscope in the way. So this cable has to go under certain button slots and stuff. I can show you that, actually. No, that's the wrong frame. One sec. Let me grab it. Yeah, okay. Here we go. So that cable comes from... It comes from this frame. And it sort of sits on... it sits in this sort of like this, right? I know like it's not sat in properly now, I don't want to put it in. But what happens is you tuck this in and then some buttons go over the top, they clip in. I think I've got some somewhere near here. Yeah, I do. So they have this plastic that clips over the top, and what you do is you put these rubber contacts on like that, and then this clips it in like that, right? You can see that. It clips in tight. I think enamelled wire isn't going to work. Plus, what am I going to solder it to? I wonder if epoxy mixed with carbon dust would restore those connectors. It might, you know. Yeah, it might. You know, there's probably a few ways to go about it, right? Like, there's this foil way I'm doing, which is a bit insane. And then, I guess the big problem, though, which is the cause of the issue here, bear in mind, these traces are actually pretty good. There's nothing wrong with these traces, except for at this. There's two ways you can repair these. Well, two common ways. You can trim off the bits that have worn off, which we can see if I zoom in. So I'm not sure if everybody is aware of why I'm doing this. If you see that there, it no longer makes proper contact because the original conductive material is gone. Now, this original conductive material, it can't be soldered to, and obviously that is an issue. Putting conductive silver paints on it, that would do the job, I think. That's probably going to be the easiest way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. I would like to do it faster, and I'm going to continue doing this. I'm going to finish this repair with this. But yeah. RB King, if your other one has the same problem, which I've got a feeling it might do when I start plugging it in again, might just use the ink method. Plus I like having things like that lying around, so that's always good. But yeah, I think the copper tape looks pretty neat, for the most part. You know, and it flexes as well, right? Which is kind of an intrinsic property we need, so... Yeah, anywho. Let's see what we can do. Well, the thing about epoxy is it's going to be tricky to get it thin enough to where we want it, right? Like, I imagine. Although, you know, I am really interested... I'm interested in the idea of getting some carbon ink. That sounds really cool. What I would love, though, what I think would be good, is to just print circuits off onto, like, paper or plastic. I think that would be really cool. Alright, let's get this under the scope. I feel like being a bit fancy right now. I don't want to do the main trace at right this second. So what we'll do is we'll do one of these. One of these buttons. There we go. Do you know what, Uber? There is a Halfords not even a mile and a half from where I live, I think. It's like right on my doorstep. I might swing by tomorrow and pick some of that up then. That'd be cool. I'll give that a go. I never thought to look in Halfords for something like that. That's a good shout. Thanks. I think I want to move that over a bit. Tell you what, the one nice thing about silver paint is it's not going to make me bleed. I don't have time to bleed. Ah. I'm definitely thinking conductive paint. Sounds like a real damn good idea right now. Oh dear. Ah, fiddly, fiddly, fiddly. There you go. Yeah, totally Predator. It's one of my favourite movies. I've actually got a Predator movie poster in my living room that I don't know if she's still on the call actually, but Earl Grey bought it me, my fiance. It's like classic Predator as well. It's like Arnie there with like the jungle background. Classic 80s movie right there. Or was it 90s? I think it was 80s. Late 80s? Probably. Oh my god. I'm absolutely thinking though, I should stop doing what I'm doing right now and just use some conductive ink or paint or whatever. That is such a better idea than this. And I've started to think, why didn't I think of that? Right, come on, let's see what we can do here anyways. Oh god. Yeah, definitely want that conductive paint. That'd be good. I still think it'd be cool as hell to be able to just print off new like flex circuits like this though. Seeded demon. Hey, it's not stupid if it works, right? Ain't no demon there. I mean, it beats me spending like 5 hours doing this. Come on. Anything that saves time is good. Oh, I actually cut that exactly right. Nice. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop doing this in a minute. Gold plate? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Is it? I guess there's tons of things we could try, right? Like, there's gotta be. I mean, this is just one way that, like, I kind of thought of on a whim, right? I was like, what would work? This might work. Yeah, you know what? Let's get to the camera view. I think we can probably afford to set this aside and do what you guys are suggesting. I think that cable can wait. You see, I don't think it needs to be that hard wearing. Only the where the buttons go needs to be hard wearing, and that I'm not really going to be touching much. However, what I do have, completely unrelated. I don't know which of you guys were around for the live stream I did, but I live streamed a Sega Game Gear repair, and it was this Game Gear that we've got right here. Same one. This is RB King's. When I reassembled this, didn't work. Reassembled it, would no longer work. No idea why. I have tried all sorts on this bloody thing. Absolutely all sorts. What have I done? I've replaced both of these ASICs, both of these memory modules and side chips, whatever they do. I have reflowed every single solder joint on the board on both sides. I've ran it through the ultrasonic cleaner. I've tested a good portion of the components as well, not all of them, mind you. But all we get is the dreaded white screen of death, which I can probably show you with this doohickey. Like so. Let me get my phone. Actually, no, I don't need my phone for this. And what we will do is take Sonic, same game we used the other day. Of course I tried turning it off and on. Of course I tried turning it off and on, actually. I'm a clown, but I'm not that much of a clown. Yeah, this is all we get. We get de nada. Nothing. Not a thing. And if I plug in the audio board, I got that somewhere. I think it's the caps. I think something's gone on one of the new caps. I think one of the new caps wasn't brilliant. Or maybe one of the installations of the new caps wasn't brilliant. The only things that didn't really reflow as well. Where is the audio board? It's right here. Oh my god, my area is such a mess. I thought it was right in front of me. My organisation skills, you know, they're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay. Shit. I'll leave it on here. Somebody tell me where I left that audio board. Oh, actually, I know where I left it. It's still in the shell. I never took it out the shell again. No, wrong shell. Okay, step 2. Find Sega Game Gear shell. Done. Wrong side. It's always something. There's always something. Always something. Oh, where is it? I want to test to see if we can hear the game, right? That's what I want to check. Sorry, bear with me. I swear it was right in front of me, and it probably is. It's probably somewhere super obvious right in front of me, within arm's reach. It's always the case. Okay, that is the Atari Lynx. Oh god, it is right in front of me. Of course it is. Tell me about it, I'll be king. Seriously. Oh, don't worry about it though. Yeah, anyway, found it. So, sometimes when you don't get any video, these Game Gears will keep running. And you'll hear them, right? You will hear the audio. So, we'll plug that in there. And then... Oh god, this is janky. This is so janky. And then we will pop the buttons out. You were right, Andy, it's behind me. And then we'll plug this in. This is for audio, and if we get audio, we know it works. I tried this before though, and I'm pretty sure there's no audio. Unless... No. Obviously, this is not the best way to run a Game Gear on a day-to-day basis, right? Like, perhaps you don't want to set it up quite like this. Nothing. No audio, no game sounds, no output on the screen, nothing. Now, as I say, I went as far as to... I changed the ICs, the ASICs on board. I changed all sorts, honestly. As Game Gears go, this one probably has the freshest solder joints of any Game Gear on the planet right now. Because we get this under the scope. I did these bad boys, these chips. You know, I did pretty much everything. These are brand new chips as well. I need to get this in the ultrasonic again, actually, but by the by. I've reflowed the cartridge slot. I don't know what's going on. The only thing I can think is the caps. One of them can't be good. One cap somewhere is either not making good contact, or it's failed, or something, you know. I mean, we can check them. Let's check them. Let's check them caps. Let's test my theory. So this has gone from Atari Lynx to Sega Game Gear. Whatever. Oh, really? Now that's interesting. This cap is testing open circuit low capacitance. Oh, it is 0.47 though, isn't it? This one isn't even being detected. Yeah, I guess my ESR meter can't do these. Let's try the bigger ones. Struggling here. It's not the Sonic game, I tried a few. That game's known working as well. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That looks fine. Try an update on a Sega Game Gear. Just download a firmware on a Game Gear. Right, let's carry on. So what we getting? Seems good. Yep, that's good. Can't get everything in shot though. Let's try a bit more of a zoom out. Seems fine. All the new caps seem alright, right? Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here. I don't know. I don't know. I'm out. I don't know what's gone on with this. Hang on, is that right? Yeah, I know what's gone on with this. Oh my god, how did I not spot that before? Fuck my life. I know exactly what's wrong with it. Jesus, how did I not spot this before? Look at that. Wait, look at that. Do you see that? I must have knocked that somehow. You see this diode? I think it's a diode. See that? Huh. How did I miss that? Interesting. Well, that's easy enough to fix then, isn't it? Right, soldering iron to the rescue. 380 degrees. Let's do this. Let's do it, people. If this boots up, oh my god, I'm going to be like annoyed and happy at the same time. Right, you'll do. Yeah, oops indeed, but I'm glad I spotted that. I don't know how I didn't spot it before. I went over this board about 10 times, unless I've done it since, but I don't think so. Let's flip it over. This is awkward. Yeah, that position right. Really works with the silver paint on a ribbon. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm definitely gonna try that. That sounds like a really good way to deal with it. It sounds like a much better way to deal with it than what I've been doing. So like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that because it saves time, it saves effort. It means I can get that system back to RB King just that little bit quicker. And then he can play the delicious Atari console. And play that amazing game. What was it? Electro Cop? Oh, come on, really? Oh, well, let me get the temperature up higher, and let's clean off the crap on this end of this soldering iron as well. Let's refresh the tip. Ow. Ow. That was weird. Yeah, I really like the idea of the ink. I really do. You guys are amazing. Okay, and let's do this. Let's do this. Oh my god, how is this just not flowing? Okay. In fact, where is my nicer desoldering wick? Right next to me. We'll use this one. Yeah, I've spent several days playing Valheim with some friends of mine. It's been a right laugh. Come on. Oh, I'm getting a desoldering gun on. Sod it. If you ever do any kind of retro repairs, what you want is one of these soldering guns. For sure you want one. Right, let's get some fresh solder on. And, yeah. Should do it. There we go. More heat. It was on like 430 Celsius. That's plenty enough heat. Maybe a bigger soldering tip. Maybe that's what was needed. Actually, yeah, that's probably what was needed. It's been like 4 days since I last did some soldering. I'm forgetting everything I know. I'm forgetting absolutely everything. I've got to wait for that soldering gun to heat up. I'm going to put my intermission on just for a minute, like guys and gals. It won't be long. Yeah, I did add some leaded a couple of times. Yeah, we'll see in a minute anyway. But anyway, I'm just popping the intermission on and, yeah. And I'm back. And also the hot air gun's now up to temperature. Hey. Takes a little while. Damn, that's still not cleared it. Alright. Where there's a will, there's a way. Alright. We get some heat into it. Alright, that should be enough. Boom! Finally. I did it. Oh, check that out, Andy. That's really great. Thanks. It's Dad will fix it. It's going okay. I've given up on the flex cable for now because of the ideas about using conductive paints and so on. I really like that idea, so I'm going to do that. But obviously, I can't do that right now because, unfortunately, Amazon don't do same-minute deliveries. That would be quite cool, though. So let's get this resoldered. Yeah, looks okay to me. If this bloody switches on now, I'm going to be like massively happy and frustrated both at the same time. Frustrated because of the amount of time I spent trying to get this repaired the other day. I didn't live stream that, I was just faffing around trying to get it to work. I also damaged the reflector, so I've got to take one of my like billion spares and install a new reflector on it. It's not that big a deal. Annoying though. At least I've got spares. Yeah, it's still a white screen, isn't it? De nada. Okay. The drone. Not sure I follow what you mean by the drone. I don't know what you're getting at. Unless you're on about my audio. I don't know. Or just me waffling. Okay. Try it out with a different Sonic game. No. No, it wasn't that. A man can hope though, right? Problem with this is it could be absolutely bloody anything, and I don't want to go swapping absolutely everything. I mean, we don't have a short to ground or anything like that, so we're getting stable 5 volts, which is quite weird that we're getting stable 5 volts but no output. What else can I do? Let's, for sanity's sake, try another game. Let's try Paperboy. Uber, it's definitely not the cartridge slot, mate. Like, I've had this in the ultrasonic cleaner for like 30 minutes in some like heavy duty detergent, and like I've had IPA in the slot and so on. And the games have already been refurbished. I've done those. Like, I've used those games on a few systems now. I don't think it's the games. I mean, we'll find out, right? Like, if this game doesn't work. Yeah. Wait, is that something? Oh, we got something there. It's very corrupted though, look at that. There's... Interesting. I don't think you guys can see this, can you? Let me get the angle. You see that? Look at that. Maybe it is a cut slot. Interesting. Let's go back to the Sonic game again. Maybe you're right. Maybe you are right. Or maybe I just didn't have the brightness set right. So I just couldn't see it. I can give it a go, Uber. I can give that a go. I mean, printer paper. What else we got lying around? Let's see. Do I have anything like a credit card? I do. I've never actually had a problem with a Game Gear cart slot. I've really not. Like, not once. So we got that in there. Seems to have worked. We got Paperboy. I didn't clean this, so let's give it a quick clean, shall we? So let's get some IPA on the cart. And a brush. Oh, I'll just use a cotton swab. Speaking of on camera. Let's find out. Well, it's not quite there yet. Dad will fix it. This one, well, you can see, look at that. Right, that's not great. I don't know if this is the game. I'm going to try one more game. Because I don't know if the game's dodgy or if it's this Game Gear. I'm certain it's this Game Gear because like, it's been giving me a lot of grief. But I do have a massive selection of games to pick from. So let's try... I know Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion works. Let's try that one. Nothing. That's very interesting though, isn't it? Huh. I'm going to try powering it on again. So that implies one of 2 or 3 possible faults. Oh, okay, Dad will fix it. Cool. But yeah, this implies one of a few different faults this could be that I've encountered on other systems. So it could be a bad chip connection. Now I know I've triple checked those, so I'm pretty sure it's not a bad chip connection. It could be bad cart slot. Could be bad solder joint somewhere, something cracked, something like that. I don't know. I mean, what I've done is I've reflowed all of these along this cartridge slot connector. Like, all these joints are good. If we have a look. Yeah. As I say, I reflowed all of those. I even reflowed the bloody ribbon connector, you know. PS5 repair. No, well, you know what, Phil. I don't think he's done a. Has he done a PS5 repair yet? I don't know. But yeah, he's probably taking his time with it. It's probably the kind of thing that if you've not worked on it before, maybe you don't want to be streaming it straight off the bat because yeah, you're kind of learning, and I guess for Phil, like, he doesn't want to be distracted while he does that. At a guess, right? Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if I can get an angle on it. Not a good one, anyway. Hard to see, right? Right, let's tilt the scope. Let's see what we can see. Doesn't look like there's any bent pins or anything. Card slot looks good. Nope, not that. Yeah, if Phil gets it done, actually, it'd be good for it'd be good to see some PS5 repairs coming up. Actually, I've not seen much of the internals of them. I think they're largely similar to the PS4 from what I've read. So, okay, my thinking is a chip is poorly soldered, or something with the cart slot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check these chips. I replaced all of these chips. I didn't just reflow these. These have been transplanted. Let's do the nudge test. Pretty sure I already did, but you know. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 also good. Try as I might, getting this old flux out is tricky. Good, good, good. Even with the ultrasonic, that stuff doesn't want to come off. And then we got this chip. Yeah, good, 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 good. Just repeating the word good as I nudge each one, but yeah. I'm sure one of these is going to be RAM. My suspicion is it's going to be the picture processing unit or something like that. I don't know which of the chips is the picture processing unit. It implies to me with garbled sprites though that there's something going on with that. Okay, I think these chips are soldered just fine. Yep. Oh, interesting. Interesting, Uber. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose controllers, they're one of the first things to die, right? Because it's the kind of thing that somebody's playing a game and then they throw it at a wall or something stupid like that, right? Or at least that'd be my guess. There we go. So I replaced these chips too. Pretty sure my soldering was just fine though, you know? I don't want to take the chips off again. Not if I can help it anyway. I mean, I guess it could be the cartridge slot. It doesn't look like it is, right? But it could be. Thing is, this very same Game Gear booted up Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 just fine when I live streamed the repair. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, my solder does look fine. I mean, I'm inspecting it in case I've missed anything, you know, or done something wrong. I mean, I might have done. No, no battery leakage. This one was... there were plenty of cap leakage, but no battery leakage. You know, it had the fish juice everywhere, but not battery juice. Is that loose, or am I imagining it? I think I'm imagining it. Those two should be shorted. God, it is so windy outside. Yeah, okay. I guess that's got more flux than I thought it did have on. Look at that. Lovely. Seems fine. I mean, it all seems okay. Bigger the gob, better the job. True. Yeah, same power board as before, but I've tried another as well. I have tried a separate power board just on the off chance, you know. I've even tested the power board and the voltages match. They match like reference specs, so it's fine. It's not the power supply. I mean, I'd use a benchtop power supply, but the problem is it needs to be provided like a 12 volt rail, a 24 volt, and a 5 volt rail, something like that. So yeah, all these solder joints seem fine to me. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Let's see if we get sound from Paperboy. Plug it in real quick. I'm just going to make sure it's still powering up okay, because I've just been prodding things. Yeah, still powering on okay. Corrupted though. Let's see if this is giving us sound at least. So, let's get the patented and trademarked messed up solution. Yeah, that's that bit. And then I really should disassemble the good gear I've got. Well, not the good game gear, but the game gear I've got that's been stripped of parts, and just use the speaker and stuff, so I don't have to do this crazy ass, janky, messy, crazy solution. Trademark. But yeah, this game gear is just stubborn. Oh, good God. What is that? Do you know what, Uber? Actually, yeah. Okay. You reckon it's a cart slot? I reckon there's some merit to your idea there. There is. There is. So let's test the theory. Let's test it. So, let me disconnect that and move that out the way. Right. Let's, for argument's sake, say we can't clean that cart. Why don't we take the cart slot off and put another one on? I've got this game gear right here, which has given its chips to donate life to this system. Good God, what is that? And yeah, anyway, blah 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 blah. Waffle, waffle, waffle. Amazingly, the reflector housing is separate from the LCD. Huh. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right. Okay. Let's do some desoldering. Do you know, Jason? Jason, you might be right. I did have this thought. It could be a cap. It would make sense, right? We've got dirty voltage somewhere. A dirty power line. Something that's not smooth, right? And that, yeah. The thing is, the caps are all testing fine. I can swap every single cap. That is something I can do. That is one approach I can take. Recap the damn thing again. Yeah, okay. Let's test the theory of wiggling the cart slot a bit. This is going to be tricky to do, actually, because it's not fully assembled, but I'm sure I can do something. No change at all. Except that I've just managed to electrocute myself slightly. Yeah, that wasn't smart, was it? Okay. Yeah, you know what, Jason? That's a good point. Let's just swap the image caps first. Let's have a look at the schematics. I'm not sure which of the chips is responsible for that, so I'm just going to look on the computer now. Let's see what we can see. Let's see what we can see. So, let's... If I share the desktop, there we go. Let's have a look. Console 5 Tech Wiki Game Gear. And we got the 7996. So it could be a VRAM chip, or it could potentially be, I assume, the VDP. I'm guessing VDP is similar to the PPU of a NES. I don't have an oscilloscope, no. It's another thing on my to buy list. I'm running out of space. This is the problem. My desk is literally running out of space. So I've got to come up with some kind of management for my desk. I need to set up like a shelf on the back of it or something. Okay, so I have a feeling then that the problem, it could be the CPU, IC1, rather than the visual unit. The reason I say that is because it's also getting corrupted sound, right? Like, we wouldn't just get corrupted image and corrupted sound if it was only the VRAM or the VDP chip, in theory, right? So I'm thinking the CPU, which is this thing, the Z80. Good old Zilog. Nice chip. Zylogs, nice chips. Okay, anyway. So the thing is, we've got two packages in this size, so let's have a look at the schematic. Let's go back. I know they have schematics somewhere on here. Probably don't even need the schematic. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, of course you didn't label it. Well, we know it's IC1. So IC1. So let's have a look. Let's have a look on the board. Let's see what we can see. Already checked actually, Jason. We get 5 volts. I checked it the other day. I can demo that if you like. But yeah, it does deliver 5 volts. Let's get the scope over here. So which one's IC1? IC2. So that's IC2 on the right. I think this is IC3. Really? Is it? Okay. So looks to me, it's a little tricky to move this around. It looks to me like that's the Z80 chip. That's IC1. And this 33, is it this 33 microfarad cap is feeding it? Hard to tell actually. Probably is. Oh, I see what you're thinking. Yeah, dirty clock line. Yeah, and with a scope, I could check that with an oscilloscope. I can't check it because, like, there's our the crystals. Just the crystal package is over here. Don't think that's the. I don't know. I don't think that's the problem. Don't think the chips are the problem. Let's just take a cap off completely. Let's see what happens. Let's see if there's any change at all if we take the filter cap from the CPU line here off. In theory, it shouldn't work, right? So, it's there. So if we take this off, I'm going to turn off my desolder gun as well before I burn up the solder tip for no good reason. Alrighty. Ultrasonic and it damaged the X-Tal. Do you know what? I didn't think of that. But that's a good point. That can happen, can't it? Yeah, yeah, maybe. Maybe. I didn't think of that. I did not think of that. Anyway, I'm going to test this without that cap real quick. Let's just see what happens. In theory, it should not work. But let's find out. I can swap the X-Tal. I do have a spare. Yeah, it still powers on. And then we just get a white screen. Alright, that's what we'd expect with that cap gone. Oh, wrong game as well. I meant to test with Paperboy. You might be right though, Jason. What you're saying makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it could be the clock line. That's interesting though. Check this out. Still, it's still powering on and doing something, look. It's hard to get it to focus on this crappy old LCD, but yeah, you get the point. I think you guys are right. I think it could well be the X-Tal, so let's take it off. Remember how I said, oh, I won't need a desolder gun anymore? Wrong! Wrong! The sacrificial Game Gear. Z80. I'll be putting it back on in a second, Uber. It's for the main. CPU. Yeah. Let's test the theory though, right? Let's see what happens. Let's get a bit of zoom. Out of curiosity, Jason, are you a career Sparky? Or is it more a hobby? Alright, come on, Mr. Clock Crystal. Looks fine. Oh, industrial power systems. Oh, neat. Neat design as well. Yeah. That's really cool. Look at the state of this one. This donor Game Gear. Oh man, this thing's horrible. Plating industry. Oh, is that like what's it called? Electroplating, that sort of thing, right? Not even. There we go. Fair enough, Jason. Fair enough. Let's remove the sacrificial game gear. Now, this is going to be a little tricky. Just get that on. There we go. Right, we got a new clock on there. Oh, neat. I bet that was pretty cool work. Industrial stuff's always cool, though. Why am I flipping that over? Right, where's the power board gone? There it is. About a decade ago, I used to work with industrial weighing scales. That was one of those industries you never think about, but turns out to be like absolutely massive, right? I bet it was the same way for the one you did. Yeah. Let's get that in there. Right. Doesn't seem to have made any difference. I need to put that cap back, actually, that I removed. A slight change, maybe? What do you think? Is that any better? Is it any worse? So we got a new frequency crystal on there. So it's not that. So I'm going to do what I was going to do. I am going to put a new 33 microfarad cap in at C1. Just because I can. So let's get this one installed. And then after that, we'll check the cart slot. I'm really not convinced it's a cartridge slot, though. It could be there is damage to one of the lines somewhere that I haven't seen. Is there capacitors on that line? On the clock line, Jason? There might be. There might be. What I'm going to do in a second, I'm going to get the schematic open. The actual circuit schematic. I'm not very good at reading them, mind you, but maybe it'll help. Sorry, I'm just tweaking a capacitor. Still not good enough. Oh, it should be now. Alright, new caps in as well. There we go. Continuity resistors caps on the crystal line. Yeah, the clock line. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, something could be good. Something could be dead. I kind of like the way the corruption on this screen looks. It looks interesting. Right, okay, so you guys think checking the crystal line. I can see why you're thinking that. So... let's have a look what's connected up to X1, shall we? Just run over my switch charger, why don't I, with the wheels of my chair. Okay. Christ, what a mess. So somebody's went to some effort. I have no idea where X1 is on this thing. You can tell an engineer designed this, can't you? What new toy you got coming, Jason? Is it something you're going to troll Phil with? If not, you should find a way. Where's X1? I can't see it. Let's try the other diagram. What? Oh, the LCD circuit. Okay. I need to look at that. Huh. I probably already moved away because there's a delay on the stream. Let's take a look. Main PCB1, you said center. CCLK would make sense. Yeah, C74, 39 picofarad, I think. What is that? No worries, RB King. No worries. I mean, I could just give up and say no fix, right? But I kind of want to get it working for you. Besides, it's fun. It's fun engaging with you guys on the live stream, you know. So yeah, we've got CCLK. Looks like it's connected into... I can't tell what pin that's supposed to be. I can't tell if it's pin 66 or not. 66, 65, maybe. Hard to tell. So where does the CLK line connect to? Okay, so it goes... goes to the VDP directly. And it goes to... it goes to the Z80 chip, which apparently has a 68 microfarad filter cap. Really? Yeah, you're right, Uber, you're right. 68. I'm just... hang on, I got a sanity check. What cap is that? What is that? C92? C32? Why do all engineers have like the worst handwriting? Like what is that? Like what is that? Is that an 8? Is it a 9? Is it a 6? Yeah. You're right. Pin 6, pin 10 there. I think we're missing a chip somewhere. So we got SRAM and VRAM. The thing is, there's not a lot of components on that line to actually check, is there, really? We've got C74, C75, and what else on the line is there? There's almost nothing, except C question mark over here, the 68 microfarad one. Does the clock connect to that? Goes What the hell is that connected to? Oh, right, this is a particular way of doing schematics, I forget that. It's a simplified diagram, isn't it? Well, the long and the short of it is, there's not many components on the clock line that could actually be a problem, right? That's my thinking. My thinking is it could potentially be the filter caps have gone, you know. C question mark 68 microfarad. Let's see what cap that is. any of those? 68? No. Any of those? No. No. Yeah. I think that's a schematic for the single ASIC. Oh, hang on. C37. Is that 37? And just somebody's really bad handwriting? Yeah, it's not a terrible looking hand-drawn diagram, to be fair. I mean, I don't know that much. It's been like, what? About 20 years since I actually learned anything about schematics. Because, you know, it's kind of something I did in school. Let me stop sharing my desktop, actually. Let's get back to that. Wrong view. So, we got that cap. Let's try continuity testing, shall we? Where's the meter? Where is my meter? It's right here. There it is. Okay. So, the Z80, we've got pin 1 down at the bottom right. It's connected to pin 6, I think that was. Pin 6 clock. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This bloody Game Gear is a nightmare. Not getting any continuity. How does a pin numbering on this chip work? 1, maybe it goes right, left, right, left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe it's that one. No. Okay. So we've got continuity from that clock line. Oh, and that. Okay. No, it's not the screen, Philip. It's not the screen because we don't have audio. The audio's corrupted as well. If the audio's corrupted, it means there's a problem. The PPU itself has a problem, right? Whether that problem is down to the clock or not is up for debate. I don't think it's a clock line. I've got a feeling it isn't. But no, it's not the screen. The screen's perfectly fine. Well, as fine as an old screen can be, really. I'm running out of ideas. I really am. I'm absolutely running out of ideas. Yeah, you can give that a go. What I'm going to do before I do that, though, I'm certain this is fine, but I'm going to satisfy my own, just my own hunch. The really, really bizarre thing is, I had it working. I reassembled it. Didn't change anything, didn't solder anything, didn't do anything like out of the ordinary. And then bam. Dead. No good. Really, really odd. Really odd. No idea why. No idea why at all. Just really strange. I'll jam some different carts in a second. I'm just satisfying myself now. This is turning into watch Cap, watch Dan, which my real name. Watch him fumble around, faff around a bit. Watch me faff around. I should just call this the faff channel. Oh man, this is the thing. This is the thing, Uber. Like, it really could be absolutely anything, right? And like, there comes a point where I'm gonna have to just sort of throw in the towel with this one. I think. I don't want to. If it comes to that point, though, I've actually decided I'm just replacing it with another bloody Game Gear. It's just gonna be easier. It's not so bad to have some spare parts around anyway, so. Could have done Uber, but again, I don't think so, because this was powering up perfectly fine, and it was working and operating with a game on the stream in which I actually fixed it in the first place when I recapped it. It was absolutely fine. Reassembling it seemed to kill it, which is the interesting thing, right? So my thought process is that something physically has been knocked. Must have been. Like, you know, like what else could it be, right? Nah, still corrupt. Wasn't that then. I don't know. I don't know. Let's try another game or two. I assume that some of the games that aren't working and some of the games that are working, well, not working, but like loading at least in some way, perhaps the whatever component has failed or isn't working correctly isn't utilized by those particular games. Maybe an address area of memory or something like that. I don't know. Actually, that's a point, isn't it? Memory. Memory. Yeah, I guess. Let's give it a go. Is that right? Nah. Seems to be right. I think that's a coil. No, it's testing. It's testing open both ways, but it's testing the same way on the other Game Gear I just had a look on. If you look at that. Sorry, it's not quite in shot, is it? Yeah. No, I think that's fine. How frustrating. Maybe remove the crap off the main VN. What you're on about? Crap? Main VN? What? Right. I'm going to give it a visual inspection under the scope. Let's see. So, what do we have? It's a new cap I put on. That's the existing caps. I've got a suspicion. It's this chip. That's my suspicion. I mean, other than the fact it's absolutely slathered in. Even though it's absolutely slathered in flux, this board, like, it's not that bad. You know what I mean? It's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, we know the power rails are fine. We know that for sure. So it's got to be on those chips, hasn't it? Yeah, I'm at a loss for ideas too. I think it's got to be one of these chips. My suspicion is this chip. One of the pads, when I removed this chip, was slightly loose. Now, that might have been my own doing, but the conductivity was still there, right? Like, it didn't have a problem conducting. The fault had already occurred, though, when I replaced this chip, so maybe not. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree there. I'm tempted to pull that chip off, though. Oh, yeah, let's do it. Why the hell not? Okay. Well, equally, Jason, you know, it could be bad RAM, it could, like, I mean, I don't think it's bad RAM, but it only takes one thing to fail for the whole thing to fail like that, right? Oh, you know what? I don't need to do this under the scope. What am I doing? This is stupid. Let's get it under the camera. Just toasting a chip. Who wants chips for dinner? Yeah, I was a bit brutal with that, to be honest. Should have given it the old tappy tap. Normally do. Anyways, there was something I was suspicious of that I've been thinking about. So, one of these was loose. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. I'm pretty sure that one's okay. But let's test it. Oh crap, I've completely blocked your view. I'm terribly sorry. There we go. Sorry, I was trying to show you. The one I'm suspicious of is this one. Is it this one? No. That one. I've still not got it in shot. That one. Right there. So... No, the good news is it doesn't smell like fish anymore, but that's because like I've used that much flux and fresh solder on it. Oh, that's resistance mode. You know, that isn't as instant as you'd think it would be. Oh yeah, it is. What is that pin? That's what I need to know. 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, I was paranoid about that for nothing, I think. I'll solder it back on. That is if I can unstick it from my mat. Yeah, on the face of it, it does look like a perfect board for a recap, and it was recapped, and it did work. And as I say, really strange. I reassembled it, and then nothing, de nada. Weird. Really weird. What you gonna do, right? I like this plan. I like this plan a lot. I approve. This really is not my finest hour, what I'm doing here. There we go. That alignment. Wow. Yeah, it was close. Do 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 do. When in doubt, more flux. Use a plastic bin, give it a proper send-off. Yeah, it sounds like a plan. Really does. That's pretty close. Let's just touch up these pins. Do 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 do. Well, so remember, if you're watching, you should watch people like Micromage, people like Jason, and Phil the Coder, and Uber Micro Repair too, because these are people that know what they're doing. Me, I kind of know what I'm doing with some stuff, with some stuff not so much. Right now I'm in the not so much bracket. At least with this system. I just, unless I go around this board testing absolutely every individual component, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to the bottom of it. The idea that it's a clock line makes some sense. But yeah, go watch people that know what they're doing. That's what I'm saying. And at the same time, thank you for your advice, guys. Okay, I think that is soldered back in. It's not perfect, but you know what? I don't think anything's shorting or anything like that. Just checking it. Yep, seems fine to me. I'm very tempted, by the way, when, like, if I do get this Game Gear working, I'm tempted to desolder the ribbon connector for the LCD screen and chuck the entire thing fully submerged into a hot detergent bath in the ultrasonic and just hoping for the best. That cooled down yet? Nope. Still waiting for that to cool off. I don't think that's made a blind bit of difference what I've just done, by the way, but we'll find out, right? We'll find out. I'm pretty sure it's not the cart slot. I'm going to clean the cart slot again in a minute anyway, because, oh hell, why wouldn't I, right? Let's use a game that was working before. And maybe let that cool down to something that's reasonable. Probably cool enough. I did forget to resolder that cap, actually, didn't I? Now that has changed the result, actually. That has changed to a completely white screen now. Which makes me think. Right, old chippy chip, you're coming off. I'm cleaning up after you properly. I'm soldering you back on. And then we're going to see. In fact, I'm in half a mind to put the original on. Whatevs. You just love the smell of flux in the evening. It is a good smell. It's a smell of chemicals and progress and civilization. It's the smell that makes us know that life continues to progress. Meanwhile, messing around with retro consoles. Okay, let's clean up. Let's clean up after it. I just break a whole bunch of pads? I think I did, didn't I? Wow. Yeah, I fucked those. Damn, son. Overheated it, didn't I? And then I went sideways. I wasn't even applying much pressure to that. Really? God damn it. Game over, yeah. Evening, Lee. Went from flex cable to Game Gear. Flex cable's going to be so much easier when I get that stuff ordered later. Yeah. I don't think any of those... Were they connected? Yeah, that one was. Can't tell if that was. I'll have to clean that whole area up. Oh my god. You know what? Fuck this. Yeah, I can enamel wire it. I can. But, you know, I don't really feel like it right now. I just hate this Game Gear. I absolutely fucking hate it. It's been an absolute shitty example. It really has. Like, it's not worth the time. It's not worth the effort. Really, it really isn't. I'm thinking of just throwing it away and giving Mr. RB King one of my own stock and never looking at this one again as long as I live. That's what I'm thinking of doing. This one still has some good parts though, like its screen, power board, soundboard, they're all done. I could probably recap another pretty quickly. Repairing this, like, I could repair these contacts, I could. But honestly, what's the point? I've then got to fix it anyway, haven't you? You know, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, I'm throwing in the towel on this one, RB King. Fuck it, it's not worth it. It's really not. I can't put any more time into that one. I'm going to fish one out. I'm going to just swap the caps over, and that'll be that. You know, in fact, let's have a look. Just clean up a little bit. Where's the cloth? There we go. I think I've had a good go of it, but again, like, you know, I could spend time on it. But I actually really don't want to. I really don't want to. Not with that one. It's just, you know, do I put another 5 hours into it and then I've put 12 hours into that Game Gear? Do I put another 5 after that? Like, what's the point? So, 1 second. You'll do. Here's one. Here's one. Oh, actually, where's my screwdriver? I had my desktop PC apart yesterday. There it is. Ah. Well, I'll be king. You know, if you want it yourself, what you want to do, right? Put it in a frame and go, this frustrated cat. I don't know. I mean, it's got a decent shell. It's got... The power board and the soundboard are fine, right? Like, and that will shorten the time. By the way, this is one of my own. This isn't the one you sent today. But yeah, long and the short of it is, it shortens the time spent on the next one. The audio board's good. You know, the sound's good. The shell's good. It's just the main board. And the main boards don't have that many caps to be done on them. So, whatever, right? Could be worse. So, we'll rip this one apart. I mean, yeah, that one I was just working on. I could repair those pads. I could put down enamelled wire. I've done it before on Nintendo Switches when they've had damage. I mean, I've had one Nintendo Switch that had a completely blown trace. It was absolutely insane. The trace itself had acted like a resistor on the P13 USB. Really weird. Anyway, that's another story, but, like, point is, I could fix the traces, but it's just, honestly, not worth the time and effort. Not for one of these. What? Oh, there we go. What do we have here? A relatively tidy example, actually. Alrighty. Come on. There we go. This has just turned into, like, random faffing around now. Hey, Digimod Steve. So, let's see how we're looking there. That's not too bad, is it? Right, let's get these old caps off this one. There's my wire snips. There they are. Not using hot air to take them off. Hot air melts the plastic down. It's actually more annoying to clean up after you use hot air with these. Come. The can fell out of that one. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't. Because now I've got to try and get this plastic off. Oh, for fuck's sake. Got some of it off. There we go, that's all of it off. rid of that. God knows why they felt the need to glue down capacitors, you know. You'd think solder alone would be enough, wouldn't you? Yeah. Enough. Hey. A lot of corrosion on that one. This is my YOLO method. This is my like, yeah, let's just get it done. Let's get under the scope, let's clean it up a bit. Oh, and I missed a cap. You have the clean power board USB-C from Retro 6. Yeah, you know, they look reasonably decent. You know, it's just a case of plug and play with those, isn't it, really? Honestly, you can't go wrong with plug and play. Yeah, not got anything else to say on that. The Retro 6 stuff, I've not used any of it, but it looks alright. Oh god, I nearly hit myself in the face with a capacitor then. Damn. Okay. Anywho, let's get this crap off the board. And that random hair. Right. Significant corrosion around the legs. Sure, that's normal. I'm gonna get fish time. Yay! Fishy caps. Yeah, the bent vent screens are due soon as well. Probably won't make much difference on a Game Gear though, compared to what already exists. Mind you, price-wise, the bent vent screens are pretty good. He is quite competitive with his pricing scheme. Oh, I'm going to regret this. I always regret this. Ah, gross. How's the focus? Let's see. Can you guys see the lovely, jubbly stuff? Yeah. Yeah, don't know about the buttons, ain't used any myself. I've heard good things though. Mind you, some people like stuff like, you know, like custom buttons, some don't. You know, each has got their own taste, right? And that's the thing, right? Like, you know, each their own, I guess. Come on, come free. Come free. God, it smells like Captain Birdseye. Oh, this is gross. Ugh. Yeah, the LCDs I use, Uber, are just a standard. They're the standard McWill clones that you can buy on AliExpress. And I'm pretty sure that if you were to take an actual McWill screen and one of the AliExpress ones, and if you were to take that FPGA and do a diff between the way that is and a McWill, I would wager they have the exact same code running on them. Huh, really? Mind you, the thing with the stock buttons is, there's no reason you can't clean them up and paint them yourself, right? And then you get the feel of original stock, but like, whatever look you want, you know. That's the thing, right? Like Game Gears is a pretty big aftermarket scene for now, surprisingly, and it seems to continue growing, particularly for screens. But obviously Retro 6, they're kind of pushing new shells and things like that, which is pretty neat that they're doing that. Oh god, I'm going to regret. This is just going to be regret, isn't it? You seeing what I'm seeing? This is about to be sadness and regret. Just holding my breath, that's perfectly normal when soldering. Oh god. God. Yeah, this is so disgusting. Oh no, well. Why did Sega use such shitty electrolytic caps? Why? Why design them in such a way that they're going to leak from the bottom? I mean, I know caps are going to leak, but like, damn. You change... You guys... What? Always change my PS4 analog sticks out for Xbox ones too. Do you know what? I will say, I like the PS4 pad. I do prefer the Xbox control pads in general. They feel better to hold, in my opinion. At least for my hands, they're more ergonomic. And I guess the PlayStation controllers aren't the most ergonomic anyways, but like, I never had a problem with the analog sticks on them. I always thought the analog sticks were just fine. I mean, again, I guess with control pads, it's definitely a case of each to their own, right? For sure. Yeah, honestly, get the clones. Why do you want to wait months for something that costs double or triple the price, and like then you're just waiting? And don't get me wrong, supporting the original creator, I am okay with that, and that's a good thing to do, and I do, I appreciate it. But there comes a point where if these AliExpress sellers can sell it so cheaply, so can the creator, because it's being made in the exact same factories. Do you know what I mean? Or at least you'd have thought so, unless they have absolutely shamelessly cloned. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know the full story, so. But either way, a lot of the time, asking for like £200 or £300, for example, for a replacement display, it's ridiculous. It really is. Just like this solder pad is not wanting to get clean. Fucking corrosion. You see how bad that is? Yeah, GDEMU is a pretty cool idea, actually. And the PlayStation 1 has its sort of own version now, the X Station I think it's called. There's also the SIO for the PS1. But I like the look of the X Station more. Alright. Oh, that cotton bud went disgusting. Nice. How the devil. Portable Dreamcast. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I never had the Dreamcast. Always wanted one when I was younger, but like, yeah. Well, I say I always wanted one. I wasn't that big into Dreamcast. I love the Saturn. The Saturn was the one I really liked. Let's see if solder will take to these pads now. Nearly. Yeah, getting there. There's still some crap sort of in the way on them, but I'm thinking it should start to come off now. It's probably one of the most time-consuming parts about recapping a Game Gear. It's the fact that these pads get absolutely foobar by the corrosive crap that comes out, you know? I mean, look at them, they're not pretty, are they? I could do with a stiff drink, yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Mind you, I had a lot of stiff alcohol on the weekend, and that's probably enough for me. I drank a lot of mead. An awful lot of mead on the weekend with a friend of mine I've not seen in ages. You know, with lockdown and all of that, it's been real tricky. It was like the first time I'd seen really anyone in person other than a colleague of mine. It was quite nice. But yeah, we drank a lot of mead. And basically it leveled both of us, me and my mate. We were both just, you know, fucked, basically. Then again, we probably drank half a gallon of mead. And it was probably about... It had to have been about 12%. It made both of us a bit ill anyway. Still, I can still see though, so it's not... It wasn't bad and it tasted good. No, not really RB King. It plays hell with my... well, most alcohol plays hell with my digestion, but spirits in particular really mess me up. I can drink them sometimes, like in small doses, you know, like glass of whiskey here, that kind of thing, but... Ah, come on. Get off my tweezers. Get off. There we go. Yep, that one's good enough. These ones are a bit foobar. Let's clear up some of this debris. Let's get rid of that. And that. Yeah, I don't really like using those fiberglass pens, Uber, particularly because microparticles of fiberglass in the air that I'm breathing, like, and I vape, right, like, you know, I consume nicotine and so on, like, in the same general area. Like, I know it might sound funny that, like, I'm concerned about my health, considering I vape, but, like, I really don't want to be inhaling fiberglass particles, you know what I mean? Just real bad for you. The smoker, well, vapor, preaching about what goes in their lungs, that's the first, isn't it? Oh, I'm ironic. Still, it doesn't mean I don't want to try one. I probably should get one anyways, just to have on hand, right? Oh, God, this... Oh, it fucking smells horrible. It's got an acrid, like, really disgusting smell. This doesn't even smell like fish. It smells different. It smells vinegary. for lack of a better descriptive term. Oh, what's going on in chat? Ah, nothing. Nothing, man. How's audio? Still got audio? Yeah, we do. Okay, let's tin these up. This is turning into a long stream. A long stream. Annoyingly, I actually have work in the morning. And, my sleep pattern is all screwed up because I've just had several days off of work. So that's going to be fun. Yep. You got it. Yeah. It's like fish and chips, but without the niceness to it. Oh god, that's fucking awful. Why? Why does every Game Gear go like this? Okay, these are coming up alright-ish. Do. Nice. Nice. To be honest though, I'd rather just work at home. Which is what I do at the minute. We're not back at the office. And to be honest, until the vaccines have been rolled out properly, I don't really plan to go back to the office. It's just not, it's not worth it, right? Like, although I do kind of miss it. And I miss the people. I also miss the ability of my soldering iron to be able to melt things. That'd be good, wouldn't it? What the fuck? What? You seeing this? My soldering iron is set to 350C right now, and it cannot melt that. $400C. What the fuck? There we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Some shitty ass solar on there. Oh, nice. First dose vaccine. Good. Good, I'm glad for you. How did you find it, by the way? Did you find it, did you find you had any side effects or anything like that when you had it? Because I've got family members who've now had it too, vulnerable family members, and they had some fairly nasty side effects. Nothing not manageable, but you know, unpleasantness. They had the AstraZeneca one actually. Which is as good as any, I suppose. Yeah, there we go, that's much better now. Oh, nice, Uber, nice. You work in the same sort of field as me. Side effects with my family members, yeah. My niece, who's quite young, she's 20, I think now. She had some side effects. She wasn't so great. My sister-in-law wasn't so brilliant either. My brother got leveled by it on the weekend. But you know what? Like, if the vaccine does that, well, you know what? No thanks to the actual disease, right? Like, I'd rather get the illness from... I'd rather get the side effects from the body reacting to the vaccine than the actual thing, right? Any day. Give me a vaccine any day. You slept 10 hours on it. To be fair, if I slept 10 hours after having it, I wouldn't have even noticed if it was the vaccine or not. It's just how I am. See if we can. Let's see if we can scrape some of this off first, shall we? This corrosion. Yeah, looks like we can. Hmm. The main thing I'm looking forward to about having the vaccine is being able to see my fiancée again. Fuck the work, fuck my colleagues. Mr. Mrs. And Digimod Steve had an ache. Oh, you had the Pfizer one. Nice. I reckon I'll end up with the AstraZeneca one. I mean, I'll end up with whatever I'm offered, I suppose, but... You see, the great thing about the Pfizer vaccine is they can pretty much put an end to most anti-vaxxer arguments. All they have to say is, get our vaccine, you'll get bigger. And that'll be it. You know, the men will be lining up. And this is why I'm not in charge of the vaccine rollout. it would seem scratching away the corrosion helps. So God, this thing is gross. It's funny, you open them up, you see all the caps on the board, you're like, ah, looks alright. Wrong. That would have been a great side of it. Well, again, you know, like I say, it would put an end to any anti-vaxxer arguments, wouldn't it? You know. Come on, let's scrape more of that corrosion off without having to burn it. There we go. And then let's come in with a solder. And let's see what we can do. Let's it's always a bugger cleaning these up. Okay. I think I'm probably going to end up doing an all-nighter tonight. Just because I got such a screwed up sleeping pattern. I always hate when this happens. One thing about the pandemic that's sort of messed with my head, you know, it really has screwed with sleeping patterns. Particularly when it first started. It had done that to anyone else? I assume it did. Yeah. Suppose I can talk about something different though. I mean, who wants to hear about the pandemic at this point? It's just like, let it be over already. Right. See you, Uber. Take care, man. I mean, it's like, what? It's going on for 1 AM here now. And, like, I'm not tired. Yeah, I'm just not tired. Oh, you got a PS5. Nice, RB King. Very nice. What games you playing on it? Tell you what, personally, I've been eyeing up Demon's Souls, the remaster, because I love the Soulsborne games a lot. And to anyone watching that doesn't know what Soulsborne games are, I highly recommend picking up Bloodborne if you have a PS4. And just play that game. Because it's independent of Dark Souls, you don't need any plot or storyline to get into it. It'll tell you it as it goes, and it's very unassuming. Oh really? 7:47 and you're tired? I guess that's the thing, isn't it? Like, some people are getting tired more, some people are getting tired less. I'm not... I get tired, but I get tired at weird times. Oh, that pad came up nicely at least. Don't expect these ones as well. Technic Nerd 148. Yeah, well, you know, fair enough. To be fair, I was talking about it earlier, but I had computer problems and I ended up, long story short, staying awake until ridiculous hours yesterday, or today. Well, no, yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday now. Basically, I didn't go to bed until about 5 AM. 4 or 5 AM, something like that. Yeah, I get tired in the afternoon these days. The only problem with afternoons as well is they tend to be the time where I have, like, the bulk of my work meetings, and it's like, oh god. Making me stay awake. Why? Why? That ain't working as well as I'd like. Actually, meetings are what usually put me to sleep. I'll be in a meeting and I'll just zone out. I'll be off in, like, La La Land, you know. In my mind, I'm, like, off, like, I don't know, using my brain as a basketball trying to score hoops. That's what happens to me whenever I'm in meetings for too long. Like, I don't have attention span. And that makes me sleepy in the afternoon. I'm just like, oh god, you're making me want to sleep, people. It's not even that my colleagues are boring or anything like that. It's just literally my attention span is the issue. Oh god, why are these pads so awful? Yeah, yeah. I do hope everybody watching the live stream, though, I do hope you're all safe and sound. That's the only thing I'll say really on it all. That's the important thing anyway. Oh, come on. See how horrible these pads are? They just do not want to come up, do they? Look at them. Let's see if we can scrape some of that mess off, shall we? Let's have a go at that. By Jove, it's working. Why, with a jolly good scraping, it's coming at rather nice, isn't it? Yes, it's jolly good. A jolly good scraping indeed. Why, one give the PC a jolly good scraping just the other day, don't you know? Oh man, I know, tell me about it, Jason. It's the dumb questions that are the most annoying right now. I'm quite fortunate. I tend to be the kind of person that just gets given something to do and then I crack on with it, right? And that's that. But like, sometimes questions will be, like, people will be asking questions even to fairly obvious answers and it's like, look man, like, do you really need to ask that? But, you know, it's the nature of meetings, I guess. I just hate meetings. Don't hate the people in them, I just hate the meetings themselves. That and where I work with some really good people, like, I really do, but, like, there's a very meeting heavy culture. And, it's not uncommon to have 14 to 16 hours of meetings, like, in a week. And, like, when you actually... It doesn't look that bad having, like, only 2 or 3 hours of meetings in a single day, but, like, when you really think about it, that's half your work week gone just to bloody meetings, right? Hello, Earl Grey. Hello, fiancé. Right, let's see. That's... okay, this is relatively okay now. It isn't the nicest, but it's not the worst either. But let's try and do something about the worst. Yeah, the nasty, gross flux and corrosion and everything else we don't want on here. Yeah, not bad. And then we got this one. Okay. I think we're getting there. Be even better if I didn't accidentally put copper foil on there. Okay. So what else we got? 2 caps to clean up on the other side. And that's it, I think. And then it's just putting the new ones on. Which should not take me very long at all. I like your style, Jason. I like your style. When you get asked a stupid question, you're like, I have a prior engagement with not giving a fuck. See you later. Oh dear. Meetings. Worst kind of meetings are when they're planning more meetings. And Jason, I can tell you one thing right now. It's like that in every single industry. There's always people that think they have the best ideas ever, you know, and like, they probably don't. And then when you calmly explain why it won't work, you know, people get defensive about it. And you're like, yeah, but it just won't work. Sorry. Sorry, your idea to blast a hamster to the moon will work, but it's stupid, so we're not doing that. Or your idea to offer electroplating services to electroplate Chevys will not currently work. Yeah, something stupid like that. Bought Game Gear games. Don't blame you. Don't blame you. There's some good ones out there. You want to get yourself a flash cart, RB King. Right, how are we looking? Good. Good. Okay. So, my cunning plan now, maybe not all be that cunning, but flip over to the camera view, wheel that out the road. Yeah. No responsing colleagues, nice. To be fair, it's like I say though, like I really like the people I work with. They are genuinely nice people. And I've worked with some real shitty people over the years gone by, you know. Guess what I'm saying is these days I'm quite grateful. But back in today, I was not so fortunate. By the way, this little experiment I'm doing now, it will confirm if it's bad caps. Because I'm taking the caps that I've already shaped from the other Game Gear and putting them in this one. Why you can or wait? Can you explain why you can put the mains lead in the tank with some diodes? Can or can't? I mean, I don't know much about electroplating, but I think I do know that it has to be DC for starters. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not that up on electroplating tech. Let's nudge that. Oh, well, you can't. Yeah, okay. I thought that's what you meant, Jason. It's like, well, the reason you can't is because you're a moron. Perfect answer, by the way. Yeah, no worries, Jason. I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. That's all. I'm not trying to call you out or anything. Just, you know, typos happen. Plus, I really don't know much about electroplating, in all honesty. Like, I'm the kind of newbie that might ask something a bit along those lines. Voltage amps, time all vary based on a lot of factors. Yeah, I suppose they would, wouldn't they? I mean, I'm sure there's even, like, thermodynamics involved with temperatures and so on, right? And conductivity changes with temperature of water, salinity, whatever electrolytes you're using, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, sure. No, you just stick the mains lead in with some diodes. That's the way to do it. Alright, let's get these soldered in. Is that in view? Nope, that's not in view. Now it's in view. Arg. Okay, there we go. That's where I want it. This definitely ain't my finest soldering, but it's alright. Okay. More caps to remove. More caps for the cap tech. Caps. Cap Cappity 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 cap. I'm gonna get kneecapped by the caps. I really should buy like a load of tantalums or something, or even ceramic caps to do this with. Man, I bet it was tough to keep that stuff. Mind you, I guess I was gonna say, I guess it's tough to keep that stuff straight in your head, right, Jason? But I suppose it's probably not after a time, right? Because, like, you know, if that's what you do every day, then I suppose, yeah, I suppose you get good at it. Get good. Right. Yeah, 20 plus years, you know, it's a kind of time where something just sticks, right? You know, when you've only done a job for a year or two, you probably forget, but 20 years, you know, that sticks with you. It's a kind of knowledge you never lose. Right. Progress is good and steady right now. Ah, right. So that's the kind of industry then where you've got a lot of stuff that's built specific to a client's needs, and therefore you can't just like consult a mass-produced service manual or something like that, I'm guessing. So it's kind of like tech specs for the specific job, and it's actually a bit like what software engineering's like. Alrighty, back to scavenging capacitors from the other system. Which one do I want to remove first? That one, I think. To get this in position. Damn. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, in that kind of use case. Sorry, I've been quiet. I've just been like off in my own mind there. Yeah, I can bet actually. I can absolutely bet you would need very clean power for that kind of work. I keep banging the silicon tube from my hot air station when I move my soldering iron around. High metal, that's no fun. Yeah? You what? You what? What? Come on. Come on, Mr. Capacitor. There we go. There we go. There's one in. Yeah, good enough. And thus the capacitor saga continues. Time for scavenging more caps off this system. It's not that I don't have capacitors spare or anything either, it's just literally like a time saver. It takes ages to bend caps' legs into the right shapes for doing these Game Gears. That's why I want to get a bunch of surface mount for the main board. Bloody hell. Come on, you. Get back. One. And let's position the other. Timeout stinks, does no fun. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you now. Get out of the way, cable. Okay. That's them ones. Got 3 more caps to go. So this should be relatively quick at least. We got that, and we need to get that off. So let's get this cap off as well. Okay. We're getting there, guys and gals. We're getting there. Bloody shards of plastic. Ah, fine. Bloody. You can tell I'm British, can't you? It's just lots of bloody. Seriously? Why must you be so hard? Just... yeah, that'll do for now. Oh shit, did you not see that? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was out of shot there, wasn't I? Jason, really? It's okay, you know. You don't need to do that. Neither does Phil, really. I mean, if you want to, go ahead, right? Sure. But you know, I'm kind of ad hoc anyway. I'm not like full-time or anything. I spend most of my time basically derping. Oh, I really want to get this off. I don't want to damage the traces there, though. Fine. But yeah. Let's see what we can do. Anyway, I really appreciate the gesture. Either way, that's really good of you. I need to get that bot sorted out, actually, to shout you and you, Phil, and a few others out. But, you know, apparently software doesn't want to cooperate. Story of the ages right there, isn't it? Come on, let's get this cleaned up a bit. Don't like that. Yep, that's better. Sweet. And then lastly, this one. Yeah, I need to catch up on. I need to catch up on your stuff, Jason. I need to catch up on Micromage. I need to catch up on Bruce as well from Breakfast Creations and a few others because these last few days, I've basically been playing video games with friends, and my fiancée, because you know reasons. Been playing Valheim. Been playing it a lot. It's pretty cool, actually, Valheim. It's got an interesting concept. All right, I think that's a capsule soldering in. Let's switch over to the cam view. And let's see. Where'd I put the power board? There it is. See? Way less time spent when you've already got one available, right? It's just like, look, a convenient power board. So we got that. Let's get a game. Let's get Sonic. Let's see if Sonic works. I did that cap, that, and that. I think that was all the caps. Yep. What do you think the odds of this one working are, people? The sound also looked strange, or it was YouTube encoding stuff. It might be a bit of both. I've got a clip-on microphone at the minute, and it's still kind of trying to get used to it. Oh, that's interesting. That's crashed. Huh. Wasn't the caps on the other one then? Because look at that. That's a perfectly fine Game Gear. Screen works fine as well in this one. This is one I've had in a drawer for ages. Right, there's something I need to do. I need to do it on camera as well. So. Get this piece of tape. And I need a pen. I need a pen. That'll do. Boom. Reserved. And I think you'll find this one, it should have significantly better sound than the one you were having trouble with, you mentioned. If we give that a whirl, I know this is going to seem funny, but if we give it a whirl, Oh, let's go for some high quality sound capture as well, eh? You hear that? Pretty loud actually, isn't it? Yeah, I think that sounds good. Okay, this one, actually, how is the front of this? What's the condition like? Actually, it's not that bad. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I was just inspecting the plastic. This one's okay, actually. Could do with a bit of a polish. But yeah, the sound is decent. That's from the one that we did the other day. The one that, you know, the one that was, I was struggling with an hour ago or whatever it was. But yeah, so what we'll do, because this one has a working screen, I'm going to reassemble it right now on camera. And yeah, we're going to hope that, like, well, we're going to hope for the best. What we're going to hope for is that the other one you've sent me to be looked at has a bad screen. Because if it has a bad screen, well, that makes it the perfect candidate for a screen mod. Come on, Mr. Soundboard, get in there. Power board, not soundboard. There we go. And that's that. Well, that's it. It was basically a live recap, wasn't it? Just without the power and audio board done, because they were already done. Oh, yeah. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, let me find them. Where'd I put them? There they are. Yeah, these arrived today for the Lynx. I don't know if any of them are going to be any good. I'll try them. We'll see if we can find a good one in there. But yeah, as I say, I'll get the silver stuff ordered. We'll sort out the flex cables, and we'll be good to go. screwdriver. Yeah, seriously though, like, fuck knows what's happened to that other Game Gear. It's got to be something I've done. It has to be. But damned if I know what. So you know what? You know what? Why don't we try a few of the things that you were sent? A few of the things that I received today. So, RB King has had a few Game Gears sent to me now. I've been working on one. The second one, it just didn't want to work. It really didn't want to work. I'm not spending any more diagnostic time on it. But anyway, that's why we've just done this one. So, we got another one arrived today, and it's an interesting bundle, and it comes with it came with an interesting little battery pack, and I'm wondering, because, you know, old battery packs now are probably no good. I mean, well, it's 30 odd years old, you know. Hell, even lead acid batteries don't last that long, right? And nickel cadmium, well, I don't know what the lifespan is on those, but probably not 30 years. Anyway. Anyway, I'm going to bust that out in a minute, and we're going to take a look together at something I've never seen before. Could be interesting. Could be very interesting. So, right, let's there we go. We're going to test it again now. Let's see if it still works. What the fuck? Let's try that again. Oh, there we go. Fucking hell, it was trying to give me a heart attack then. I'm trying to play this by looking at my camera because I can't see it from this angle. Yep, seems good. Right. I'll pop that aside. I've only got one lens cover, so I'm going to have to scavenge it from the other one I repaired, but whatever. Right, the really interesting thing that came is this. And a few other bits. So, we've got this to work on, and we got that to work on as well, and we've got... Man, there's something you don't see so often anymore, especially in the UK. Radio Shack power supply. Check that out. Radio Shack. We don't even have Radio Shack. I don't think we ever did have Radio Shack. We had a company called Maplin in the UK. And they're gone now. I think Radio Shack are gone as well, actually, aren't they? Yeah. Anyway. We got this Euro adapter, interestingly, this had DC 12 volt output, 300 milliamps. 300 milliamps is about what a Game Gear would take, but not 12 volts, so it might be for this, but we don't know. Because, where's the voltage rating? There's nothing on this thing. This is interesting though. Isn't this interesting? I mean, look at that. That scream. This thing screams 90s, right? It screams old school. I think it's kind of cool though. Don't know what voltage it outputs. Don't know what the input voltages are. Nothing. And this Game Gear looks, at a glance, like it's been open. This has been open before. This has definitely been open before. If you want to know how I can tell this has been open before, just by opening it up like that, if you look in this corner here, let me get some light on it actually, so you can see it a little better. It's, there we go. There's my flashlight. If you look, do you see how you can see the PCB where I'm shining the light there, next to the spring? You can see the printed circuit board. Now, in a Game Gear that's not been opened before, there is a black protective cover there so that you can't see the PCB, and to protect the PCB from debris from the battery compartment falling in. So this Game Gear has been either looked at or repaired or something before. I don't know. Not a big deal if it has. I can actually see, by looking through that corner there, by the way, that it has its original capacitors, so somebody's had it open for some reason and just not put it together properly would be my guess. I'll look at this another time, mind you. Yeah. Oh, and we also had some random things sent along with this. So we also got that. We got Olympic gold and a game, leaderboard golf, and this funky thing, gear 23 in 1. Now let's made in Japan. Let's have a look. Let's see what we get on this thing, shall we? So let's see. We've got, what do we have? Let's plonk that there. I don't want to mix these in with my own collection, so I'll pop them down there. And where's my power lead? There it is. Are we getting anything on the game? No, might need a clean. I'm being paranoid, so I've just got to check one of my own definitely working games. Okay, so my own one works. So I think this other game, this Gear 23 in 1, this one's got me a bit excited just because I've never seen one. Well, I've never seen one with that many games from the era, right? Oh, there we go. I can see a menu. So what do we got? We got Ninja Gaiden. This might not be from the era. Alien Syndrome. Halley Wars? Halley Wars? You see this? Knockout Boxing, Columns. Columns is a good game. Pengo, Woody Pop, Baseball, Astro Flash, My Hero. How do we... Oh, this has 23. Where's the rest? Maybe... Oh, okay. Ah, Spy vs. Spy. Those are classic games. What else we got? It's got quite a few games on it. It's Arkanoid. Oh wait, no. Let's do Arkanoid. That's Woody Pop. It lied to me. Hello, Michael Kirkner. Hello from the UK. Welcome. So, yeah. So we're just having a look at some stuff that arrived today now. We've repaired this Game Gear at least. There was another one. Wasn't playing ball. We were working on Atari stuff earlier. But, things change. Things move, right? Anywho. So this is the thing that interests me at the minute. This thing really interests me because this is an old school, presumably 9 DC volt out, heavy duty battery pack with no idea what the output voltage is, but let's take a look at it. Man, I also love the era of older things like this that you could actually open without struggling. They weren't like sealed units that you could never open. Yeah, we live in an era now where nearly everything's deliberately made hard to repair. Okay, let's see if we can... Yeah, I might need to get a spudger in that. Let's see. Oh, okay. Ooh, look at this. Ooh. Check it out. Those are just standard AA batteries. Nice. Oh, check out this old school circuit. Wow. Huh. What an interesting way to build that. Wow, check it out. I don't know why I'm so excited by this thing, but like, yeah. Yeah, this thing probably would have been within spec for the Game Gear. Now, my guess would be these batteries, they've got, I can see this through this plastic wrap. If you take a look, let me see if I can point it out a little bit. But if you look, you can see, this is a fairly old way of doing things. In fact, we still do things this day, but you can see a piece of metal across each segment. Yeah, I bet they've been soldered together like that. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, okay. 10.5 volts. Interesting. Yeah, it actually does look a lot like... In fact, it might be the exact same sort of thing, right? I mean, I know it's nickel cadmium. I think it's secured in by some adhesive. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, cool. Old adhesive pad. Yeah, if you want this replaced, you could totally do it. I could do it. How interesting. This is... I don't know why this is fascinating me so much. It just is. Anyway, there we go. That's what this thing's like inside. I thought this might be able to be serviced. I would wager Could probably just buy nickel cadmium batteries off of AliExpress, or could even change out the actual charging circuitry as well. Looks like we got a regulator there. What chips have we got on this? Hey, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's take a look under the scope. So what we got? We have got... I can get it into view. We have got a something. LM393P. Never heard of it. What else have we got on this thing? So we got a bunch of resistors, diodes. It's like Xena diodes actually. Excuse me. We got a red and a green LED. What else do we have? We got the 7 nickel cadmium batteries. I don't know what they're rated at. I'd probably have to cut open the pack to have a look, and I actually have no idea. I don't really want to cut into it, so not yet anyway. Not unless you want this thing like really refurbishing. What else we got? We got some pretty crusty looking old wiring in here. Man, that UV, if you look at that UV solder mask, that is no, this is not a Walkman, Michael. No, this is a battery pack for well, presumably for a Sega Game Gear. Although, yeah, might be generic. It's not a Walkman though. Well, anyway, let's get it back together. So yeah, what this thing is it's a battery bank, an old battery bank from the long before times. Okay. Yeah, I think for a renewal project, all it needs is new nickel cadmium batteries, probably. I think. You know. The only reason I know the nickel cadmium is NICD. You know, I wouldn't have been surprised if people use these to power things like Walkmans, you know. Really wouldn't be surprised by that at all. So, just going to make sure this clips in right. There we go, that's better. Ooh, I love that clippy feeling. Yeah, it might be a nice collector's piece. I mean, yeah. I don't know if it works, and I don't know what input voltage the damn thing's expecting, but, you know. Either way, yeah, I'd do as a collector's piece. Could go in a bloody museum at this point. It's old enough. You know, modern batteries look very different. But yeah, there we go. That's pretty neat. So that's an old school thing. Let's see if it's got any residual charge. I doubt it does, but... Dead as a doornail. Interestingly enough, though, the batteries themselves, they've not leaked or anything, so that's good news. You know, inside of that looks relatively tidy. Yeah, I mean, it's getting a bit late for me now, actually, guys. I'm probably going to call it quits in a minute, but, yeah, at least we've had some good news today, right? You know what we didn't do? What we didn't do that we tested on the other Game Gear. which I really should test now. If we take the good Sir RB King 80's Game Gear, what we didn't do was try Paperboy. So let's do that. That's what it should have looked like. Not that corrupted mess we had. Man, old school. Nah. Honestly, for what it's worth, I mean, you could refurbish it, and yeah, it'd work. But honestly, you can probably just buy a lithium-ion pack and use one of those. You know, I bet you can get a 9-volt In fact, you can. What you can do, there's let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Let me show you. Let's have a look. So, let's share, shall we? So if we share my desktop, what you can get are these. You could just use this with a standard battery bank that you'd buy for like a mobile phone or something like that, you know. And you know, they're not expensive. £9 from Jelly Belly Customs. Neat, huh? I need to get one of these myself actually at some point. But yeah. There we go. That's really all you'd need. Now, as I say, you just use a word. I am capable of speaking. Give me a moment. Brain processing. Please wait. No, it's gone. It's gone. Oh yeah, a battery bank, and then you're set. Sorry, I was just having a moment of Alzheimer's there. Now what we do have, won't be installing it in this one, but what we do have is, where is it? There it is. We do have one of these with one of those But yeah, the other thing, RB King, the other thing that a lot of people are going for now, and I'd recommend anyone certainly check it out at least, are these. This board here. It replaces the existing Game Gear power board with this one that Luke over at Retro 6 has developed, and you just use a USB-C cable. In theory, you could power that using your own mobile phone as the power source, actually. If it's got USB-C, anyway. But yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. So, yeah. Right, anyway, folks, so it's getting pretty late. I'm going to wrap this up. My apartment really looks like a bomb site right now. But I'm going to pop this Game Gear somewhere nice and safe out of the way. But what we're going to do now is wrap up. I'm going to wish you all a good night. I'm probably not going to bed yet, but I'm going to be stopping this for now. I'll be picking up some more tomorrow, maybe. Or really when I get the conductive paint to fix the... I'm sorry. Was having a bit of indigestion there, to fix the ribbon cable on the Lynx, which was Ironically, the title of this video, and we went completely off topic, but anyway. There we go. So, good night everybody, and take care. And as always, bye for now.